All right. Good morning, good evening, good night. How is everybody doing? We do have some news today. Mr. Trumpola is going to be speaking at 11 a.m. So that'll be interesting. We're not leaving till Trump talks aliens today. Mr. Fahad, good morning, good evening. Good morning, good evening. My dog Lulo is doing her usual morning scratches routine where she's been quiet for the last 2 hours, and the moment I go live, she starts making these scratching noises, and then she's going to want to go out. So at least she's consistent. She would make an excellent trader. With that kind of consistency, she would do well. I almost forgot. Let's get the chat going. Let's get that chat going. Get that chat going. Some of you were asking, what's going on with the drones? They're still happening, just either not as much, or they're censoring it online. And I think it's both. I think it's both, my friends. Adios, amigo. Whoops. Disclose the $233 plus $43 position short in gold. Damn. Nice. Fahad is making money. Shmoney. Money shmoney. Let me let her out. 1 second. For the love of money. 300 more to pass another funded. Hey, I'm so proud of you, man. I'm so proud of you. That's what I like to hear. Which funded is it? Like what account size? 200,000, 100,000, 50K, 10K, $1,000. It's like they say, it's not the size, it's how you use it. Make sure I don't spill my coffee over here. $300. So you pass your funded. That's what I'm talking about. We're not leaving till Trump talks aliens. Let's see what we got going on in the world today. That's why Fahad wanted. Almost forgot about you guys. No way. Don't forget about you guys. I just keep myself occupied. I'm a very good bad boy. See, I haven't traded in a few days. I hit that gold sell, and then that was it for me. I've been going live, just not with this group, but I haven't been trading. Let's see. You're glowing, or is that for the white shirt? It's probably the white shirt. My lighting at this time of the day depends on the sun. So there's not a lot of sun today. So my curtains are able to darken things better, which allow my lighting to be more effective. And then the white shirt probably helps. Because I even put a black curtain, like a long black curtain, and I painted my windows. I painted my windows with a white paint, because where my windows are in this room, it lets in way too much light. So I painted them white so it can diffuse the light a little bit. So I did that, and then I put curtains on top. But even with that, on sunny days, it's not enough. So my lighting looks off at this time of day. Damn, they already tapped into that. Not fucking leaving. For the sell, I'd rather not. I'd rather not. We'll play it here. Fahad, if that's all you need, if that's all you need to pass your funded, and you're up that much for the day, don't trade anymore for the day. You know I'm right. Stop connecting, damn it. My phone keeps connecting to my computer. I was trying to solve what the hell. Which scene keeps connecting? I think it's that. I think I solved it. I think. Yeah, here he's talking at 11 a.m. Testing, testing. Since we got that light going, let's use it. So we have this not working. No, we will not pay for it. Heck no, we won't go. The real question, Fahad, is are you going to continue trading today? And I hope the answer is no. No. No, senor. No, senor. Indeed. No, senor, indeed. Hmm. I can buy a used bike. What kind of used bike? When you say bike, are you talking about a bicycle? Or like a motorcycle? Or are you referring to like a wife? I don't know how things function in Bangladesh. Can you, can you guys buy wives over there? Is that what you're gonna do? You're gonna buy a motorcycle? With that money? Or you're gonna buy a ticket to Canada? Canada. Where are my decals? No liabilities now. Building assets. All right. All right. That's my guy. That's my guy, Fahad. Eight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Okay. Let me get myself set up with something here, because we have some conspiracies to look into. Ever since they brought back TikTok for the US, I don't see much about drones and aliens and stuff anymore on TikTok. You don't see much about the fires. Ever since they brought TikTok back for the Americans, it's just a social media platform. It's just entertainment. You don't see much of interesting stuff. So ask yourself, isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting that you don't see any of that? Fahad's gonna buy a new wife, 165cc wife. So if you're gonna buy a motorcycle is a liability, not an asset. Just saying. Pronunciation of what? What are you talking about? What are you referring to? Bike? What did I say? Motorcycle. Oh man, I just effed up. Okay, no, good. No, wife or something. Wife. The 165cc wife? It's just a really small wife. And yeah, I saw a man wearing a wig today. Did you actually? Sometimes it's hard to tell, and sometimes it's really obvious. Are you talking about me? That you saw me wearing a wig? Are you trying to like trap me in a joke? It's not gonna work. Are you trying to troll me? You can't out troll me. How do you know I'm not wearing a wig? I think it's time I reveal my true identity. My name is Alberto. Okay, good. Glad you have a sense of humor. Nine. I'm glad you got a good laugh. That's all that matters. That's all that matters to me. 9 minutes for consumer confidence, European news. Nothing really is going to happen from that. The big news is going to happen with Trump. The Canadian dollar has been crashing, and the price of gold has reached new all-time highs in the Canadian dollar. That's how bad our dollar is right now. Like, look. New all-time highs. This was previous all-time highs. This was all-time high with USD all-time high. Over here. This was old all-time high. With the American dollar. So it was normal. Everything was normal. The moment Trump started to talk about tariffs, our dollar started to crash. And things just went. Where is it? And then our dollar was going down, which means the price of gold went up in the Canadian dollar. So me, as someone that holds physical gold, I've been making money. So as the Canadian dollar has been going down, I've been making money. So in a way I'm happy, and in a way I'm not. In a way I'm not, because I wish I had more gold. There's no way we finished that playlist that fast. Seriously? I swear I added more songs. One sec, let me put this in. If it's gonna be like that. All right. What made gold fall today after consolidation? Do you break the gold bar and sell small quantity? No. With gold, I have it in two ways. When you buy it, you always pay a premium above spot price. So what we're looking at now, this is spot price of gold. Spot price is market price. You, myself, none of us will ever get to pay market price. It'll never happen. So we don't get to pay market price. It's just a reality. We will always pay whatever the cost is with the premium. So spot plus premium, however you want to phrase it. And so what I did, let me make sure you guys can see this. So what I did, okay, this is what I was trying to get at. So when you buy it, you're paying a premium. So the more you can buy it once, the more you save. It is the truth. It actually costs you more money if you buy small amounts at a time. So really, you don't want to buy less than 1 ounce of gold at a time. I was so excited to buy my first amount of gold that the first bullion gold that I bought was a 1/4 ounce, so it wasn't a full ounce. So I paid a disgusting premium for it, but it was my first piece of gold. Like, when I'm talking about gold, I'm not talking about jewelry, chains, rings. I'm not talking about that. We've all had like something, right? Chains, rings, whatever. Girls have earrings. Like, not talking about jewelry. This was the first piece of solid gold that I ever bought, a 1/4 ounce. So you should buy it at least 1 ounce at a time. So do you break it up and do you break it up into small quantities? No. You try to buy it in the smallest quantity that's the most convenient as possible. So the smallest quantity you want to get is at least 1 ounce and nothing less than that. So when you buy it, you have it in ounces. So when you want to get rid of it, you sell it 1 ounce at a time. I always keep a silver ounce here, but the gold ounce is just slightly smaller. I've shown you guys. You've seen it. So this is the silver ounce. The gold ounce is just a bit smaller. So if you want to get rid of some gold or some silver, this is basically the small amount that you can get rid of it 1 ounce at a time. It's just that 1 ounce of gold is worth so much that we think to ourselves, how can I break it up even further? You can buy it, like, again, I have one that's a 1/4 ounce, but you can buy it in the gram. And I know you know what a gram is. Bad boy. This here is a piece of meteorite. This is like from outer space. A gram of gold. I'm giving like an approximate size, okay? You can buy grams of gold, and this would be the size approximately of like 2 grams of gold or something, but it would be really flat. It would be flattened out and made in like little squares. Just to give an example, because I'm sure you know there's 28 grams in an ounce, but when it comes to precious metals, it's a troy ounce, so it's 31 or 32 grams per ounce. It's not the same ounce, okay? I mean, I don't know why you know about grams and ounces. Maybe I shouldn't assume, but I'm gonna guess that you know what a gram is. Am I wrong? Exactly. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Diddy's absolutely right. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Indeed. Indeedy do. Let's see. Crypto. Where is our good boy crypto? Ooh, ooh, ooh. We were looking at it last week on the live. That was what day? What day was that? Friday? 16 or 17. Let's say the 16. We're looking at it here. 16, 17. Crypto daddy. I told Raj to buy Melania and he didn't. After a few minutes it skyrocketed. Yeah, for those that are steady in the crypto game, during the elections was definitely a good time to be paying attention. A good time to be like buying those things. And you bought some, right? You bought some Melania. It's not actually her coin, right? People just made it up. You didn't buy it. Why? For Raj's sake, I didn't buy. Why? What do you mean? What do you mean for his sake you didn't buy? Explain yourself. Well, you can't blame Raj. That's your own fault. It's like with the crypto coin. Like with this. We've been looking at it since the end of the year, and I keep forgetting to put money in it. And we probably would have made about double, or if not break even, if not we'd be okay probably. We looked at it here on the second day. No, actually we'd be down by now. We'd be down, so right now we'd be crying a little bit, but I'd probably, knowing me, I'd put more. If this skyrockets, I can only blame me because I keep forgetting to put money in it. I keep telling myself to transfer funds into my wallet for this, and I keep forgetting. It's not important for me, but that's my own fault. But if I listen to somebody else to not do it, and then it goes up, it's still my fault. Because why am I listening to them? Raj is just giving you his opinion, which is fine. He's giving you his opinion, his thoughts. But his life is his life, and your life is your life. He's not an expert, and you're not an expert. And meme tokens are basically gambling. So it's up to you if you want to gamble it. I know the two of you are working on coaching people on the side and whatever business you guys are working on. But one business has nothing to do with the other. If you're gonna buy a house tomorrow, you're not gonna consult Raj. This is the coin right here. This is the real money. Fart coin. Today it's much warmer here. Thank you for asking. Today we are at -7 degrees, and it feels like -16, so it's much warmer today. Yesterday was -30, so today it's much warmer. Still cold, but much warmer. Oh yeah. View a short ad? Okay. You got me. It's cold here? Yeah, right. What? Let me guess. 14 degrees Celsius? What was that? One sec. My bad, sorry. It's a phone call. My apologies, sir. My apologies, my good man. So what's the temperature? You didn't tell me the temperature, Fahad. Look at all this stuff we gotta go through over here. Teen who stabbed girls at Taylor Swift dance event admits murders. Why would you do that to kids, man? $20 degrees is cold. You're just showing off now. Now you're just showing off on purpose. Give me 1 sec, Fahad. Let me go get some water. Your favorite water bottle. Hold on. There we go. You got your favorite. Get your favorite water bottle. Damn, that's a spicy meatball. What did I miss? What did I miss? Nothing. If you lived here in this region, you'd also laugh at that bottle. I think it is a gallon. A gallon is what? 2.78 liters, right? Liters. Why did I spell it like that? 3.78, not 2.78. Where'd Rosanna come from? Oh my god, Rosanna's spying on us. Okay, everybody, put on your hats. Summer vibes. $3.78. CRO, look, Trump coin is down. Yeah. We gotta hide that wig from Rosanna. She might not like my wig. Fahad, I know you're jealous. You're jealous of my wig because it looks so natural. There's no way that that's part of this playlist. I don't... Man, I really wish we could play proper music. I will say that is something that I miss from doing private webinars versus live, like open live sessions. Like doing private lives, you can put whatever music, obviously, but open public, open lives on YouTube especially, can't do anything. The music is so limited. Let's try this electronic. I don't remember which one is which, so that's why sometimes I flip between them. Put it over here. I want to put a dancing Trump on my live. Dancing Trump green screen. Please tell me it exists. Yes. It does. Yes. Yes. What you say I should enjoy the money. What do you mean by that? Are you asking me for advice on what you should do with your profits? So I think you should divide it into like three or four your profits. Take a part of it and put it in a savings. You don't touch it. Put another part of it and you put it in a different kind of investment. And if you don't have that kind of investment yet, then put that in a different savings. Like for a property, right? Like for your own apartment or something like that. For a different kind of investment. Or to buy gold and silver. So a different type of investment. And then the third one, or again, it's up to you if you're going to do 3 or 4. The third one is bills, or go spend it. The remaining amount, go spend it. Go for dinner. And then the fourth one, make it bills. And the reason why I say that is because at some point you need to put in your brain the chemical reaction of you enjoying that money. It's like a reward. So you put in the work and there was a reward for it. So your brain can register that. That's the hard part to get to, because most people never become profitable to the point where they can enjoy their funds. At some point their brain gets desensitized. Because it gets desensitized, they don't really see that it's worth it anymore, and they give up. So if you start to slowly put that in there, of like putting in this effort, I do get a reward, and my brain chemistry registers I do get a reward, even if it's taking yourself to go eat somewhere by yourself, somewhere where you wouldn't normally go, and that's just something for you. So that's like what I suggest when people ask me like, what should I do? It's up to you what you want to do, but that's what I would say. To say, take all the profits as an example, okay? Take all the profits and go buy a motorcycle. I don't think that's smart. I don't think that's smart, because then you're training your brain of like, I make a big amount and I have to go spend it. So the moment you spend it, you have nothing left. And you're back where you started. So you're always going to be in a cycle of being broke. In here, our parents pay until we get a job. Okay, so never get a job. Nice try, Diddy. I'm trying to get Donald Trump. I'm trying to get Donald Trump on our live. We have to get through a bunch of ads. I was thinking that I need to make it cash to see it's real. Absolutely. By converting it to cash, it definitely helps. Yeah. Like to transfer it to your bank account, that your brain needs to see. And then I'm like you, where I need to withdraw it and see it in my hands. No Diddy. I think we can get Trump on the live. Trump will be here in 3 minutes. More than just a screen. Exactly. More than just a screen. Who wants to see Trump live on the screen? The answer is everybody. Everybody wants to see Trump. Don't worry, we'll have Trump here. Why? Trump wants me to see ads because he gets paid. He gets paid. I don't think you're ready for this. I don't think you're ready for Trump right now. You ready?
Oh shit, shake that ass, one moving like a gypsy. Stop, all back it up, now let me see it. Oh shit, shake that ass, one moving like a gypsy. Stop, all back it up, now let me see it.
Why is Trump so loud? My bad. I'm sorry. I didn't know he had volume. My bad. My bad. I didn't know that Trump had music. My apologies for ruining everybody's ears this morning. My ear blusted. It woke up Rosanna for sure. She was probably on a Zoom call with somebody from Europe. What sucks is that stupid 5-10 seconds of Trump. It's probably gonna cost me a copyright strike. I would love to put YMCA right now, to be honest with you, but can't do that. That is his theme. Even my mom was asking the other day, what is YMCA? And I laughed because I'm like, what do you mean, what is YMCA? That's from your time. That's his theme indeed. Oh my god. This never ends. You have to admit though, Trump dancing there is pretty nice. He's got his own vibe to him. You can't be like, no, I don't want him there. It's not nice. It's not nice of you to say that about the president. Not the president. What do you think, everybody? Should I go into the disclose the conspiracy stuff? Trump talks in 20 minutes, 21 minutes. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. If you say so. Before I do, we need some assistance here. Let me make sure I call upon these spirits. Hold on. Gotta make sure I don't ruin this second time. I can only be forgiven once. And then. Speed. Perfect. Okay. All right. We good? Yeah. Okay, now we can talk about disclose. We'll put the playlist back at the beginning. Perfect. The second song. Okay, let's now that we got some entertainment. Let's start from the beginning here. Washington Post has lost nearly 90% of its audience since 2021. No surprise, they're a bunch of liars. Washington Post, number one, okay, it's a big newspaper or whatever, which really nobody reads the newspapers. But if you want to access the Washington Post, even from your phone, I'm pretty sure you have to pay for it. So, in an age where we get everything from social media, Google, ChatGPT, TikTok, YouTube, and whatever, everywhere else, they're charging you to learn the news from them. And they lie to you. So you're paying them to lie to you. It's like Netflix charging you to watch ads. And then they go and increase the price and still charge you ads. China in talks to sell TikTok to Elon Musk. This must have been from before the ban. I really don't think that's actually gonna happen. Trump news in 15 minutes. Sign up to read the full article for free. No. I think I have something for that. Where is that window? Where is that window? Live streaming paywall. Okay, let's try this site. I said on a live stream a while ago that when I come across this site, I'm gonna save it for the next time I'm on a live, and we'll try it out. I know it's not a paywall, but it's close. So let's try it. Well, well, well. We didn't have to register after all. So Chinese officials have, today is the 23rd, this was the 14th, have discussed selling the US operations of TikTok to Elon Musk as the video sharing app faces. Okay, so I'm not even gonna bother reading through this because this is obviously before the ban. But if they actually were speaking to Elon Musk, if they were actually speaking to him, then that may be something in the works. Elon Musk did buy The View, though. Musk, Bezos, Zuckerberg to attend inauguration. They did. Germany authorizes military to shoot down mysterious drones. They were talking about that before. FDA bans red dye number 3 from foods. That is about time. The fact that they didn't says a lot about regulations. Buy Ukraine weapons with $250 billion frozen Russia asset. Oh yeah, I remember talking about this. Hunter Biden artwork worth millions of dollars destroyed in LA fires. Screw that guy. Critical ocean current has not declined. Okay, not interested. Number of firearms in civilian possession tops 490 million. Not surprised. The number of firearms in civilian possession tops 490 million. I don't see why people are, no pun intended, up in arms about this. This is just people back to school shopping. At the end of the day, it's part of their constitution. They're allowed to own arms, firearms, to protect themselves. You can't say ban guns because a criminal will find a way to get guns. Like a criminal doesn't need a license. Like if you ban guns, a criminal's not going to say, oh no, guns are banned. What am I going to use now? They weren't buying it at Walmart. That was interesting for me as a Canadian to go to the US, go to a Walmart and see guns. It's not at every Walmart, by the way, only in some states. That was different. Vatican cracks down on illegal entry into its territory. That's kind of hypocritical. Drop a like if you're enjoying Trump and Mr. Alien. Look at him go. Should they be the same size? Like, we've been programmed to think the alien should be smaller. Like, this is what we've been programmed to think. But for all we know, they're the same height as us, or like, for all we know, they're the same height as us. How do we know they're not like this? What if they're the same height? Trump is tall. But what if they're actually taller? Then what? Okay, so the Vatican cracks down on illegal entry into its territory. That is hypocritical, because how many territories around the world has the Christian religion invaded? Commission approves new Bank of America role for EU's Musk nemesis Breton. FBI confirms closure of Office of Diversity and Inclusion. Interesting that all of a sudden all these departments and wokeism and all this just disappears. The fact that it could just disappear like that shows you a big red flag. Shows you a big red flag as to something has been happening behind the scenes. Nobody has anything against somebody being gay, being trans, being bi. No one has anything against that. But the moment you start to force an agenda, number one, on kids, you got a problem. Number two, you start to put it in everything. Companies, corporations, schools, movies, shows, commercials, TV, whatever. If you have to promote it everywhere, it's an issue. And for it to be like all of a sudden like disappearing, it started to disappear before Trump was sworn in. So you can't be like, oh, it's all Trump. It's not just all Trump. It started to be force-fed in the last 4 years, and then as Trump was going into office, it's like, oh crap, we're losing here. They started to like, it's like they started to burn all the evidence and start to like withdraw from everything. Trump wins the election, and like the next day, all charges are dropped with Andrew Tate. Whether you like Andrew Tate or not, that's besides the point. The guy is technically an innocent man. And he went through court and paid jail time. And here's the thing. The government, the Romanian government, dropped all charges against Tate, and they said that they didn't have any evidence. The day after Trump wins. So it's almost like they put someone or some group put him in there on purpose. Electricity is out. Well, welcome back. Maybe instead of buying a bike, you should buy a generator. And I say that not as a joke, because you as somebody that's taking trading seriously, imagine the power goes out while you're in a trade and it goes out at the wrong time. Maybe you were about to move your stop loss. Maybe you're trailing a trade and you're going to move your stop loss to manage your risk, right? And it doesn't execute because the power went out. Then what? So seriously consider, instead of a bike, just saying, instead of a bike, to buy like a generator, battery booster pack or something for your computer. So it sits by your computer and it's charged. So if the power goes out, it automatically switches to the battery. So you still have the computer. And make sure that your internet is connected to that also. Because if your computer's still on but your modem is off, then it's pointless. So consider that as part of your setup. Trump speaks in 4 minutes. Oh man, that's hilarious. Nothing to do with anything. He's not even going to be talking about aliens today. $15.45. Front, back, side to side. Oh yeah. Little Marvin the alien. He's got his groove on. Let's put Trump right on the line. And then Marvin the Martian. We'll put him right here. Make him a bit smaller. He looks better smaller. Look at that dance. Look at that dance. Oh, you know what? Let's see if we can see Trump talk. So Trump is talking. Let's see. BNN Bloomberg. Bloomityberg. Watch BNN Bloomberg live. Let's see Trump. I want to see Trump talk. Trump talk. Let's go with what? Fox? For sure Fox has it. Come on, Fox is... Fox News. Smart guy. Ew, who's this guy? FoxNews.com. Oh, that's nice. We should come here more often. Damn, this is some good news. We should cover some of this stuff. Watch TV. Yeah, TV, yeah.
So much focusing on lowering prices, pardoning lawless rioters is not what the American
Your preview
people signed
pass
up for
expires
when they voted
in
for Donald Trump.
1 hour.
They wanted the president to get to work quickly on issues that impact them: costs, safety, health
More than enough time.
When it comes to costs, Trump has declared an energy emergency. The White House says by cutting red tape for domestic energy production, costs will come down. He's also urged government agencies to see if the Defense Production Act could help boost some of the energy output. We know he's already had his first call with a foreign leader. That would be the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. The Saudis say that they are willing to invest hundreds of billions of dollars, Harris, more into the United States through new investments. But we're looking for more of a readout from the White House about how the call went. And we know, Harris, there's another call on the books today. President Trump set to speak with the leader of El Salvador. Harris.
All right. Well, that big call that's being delivered via remote by President Trump from the White House that you've been talking about, that we led this hour with, and great reporting as always, Mark. Thank you.
With the leader of El Salvador.
The president is getting ready to come up. And before I let you walk away, because we're about to take this now, this is different in a sense. I mean, he's due to go to North Carolina and California, where people have
Bitcoin's pumping.
From storms and fires, so on and so forth. That happens tomorrow. So going to Davos, Switzerland today was going to be difficult, I would imagine. He's doing this via remote.
Let me clarify.
And for
That's
all
not
the
pumping, but
reasons that you just
it's
talked
rising.
about, that Jamie Dimon had talked about, that national security with those tariffs really, and he used the word, trumping anything else right now. He said a little bit of inflation to make us all safer. What else are you hearing about the remarks that could be coming up?
Harris, we expect that he'll talk a lot about how he believes that the United States has been doing more than its fair share when it comes to contributing to the global economy as well as global security. Obviously, there are going to be some of the same comments that we've heard from some of his cabinet nominees that they've been doing their testifying up on the Hill about how they would basically try to roll out the economic agenda. But as we look live there from Davos, Switzerland, you see the members of the World Economic Forum getting ready to introduce President Trump. This would be happening again virtually from here within the White House complex. Yes, he will be going to California and North Carolina tomorrow, where he's expected to focus on those two natural disasters. What kind of relief programs that he can see pushed forward through Congress. There's been a lot of talk about how quickly, whether legislation like that could happen in one big chunk or whether it needs to be pushed out more quickly. Obviously, the folks in both of those states have been suffering so much. There's a lot of desire from both sides of the aisle to get relief there as quickly as possible, Harris.
And look, it becomes a national security issue because you've got to have FEMA ready to go do what it needs to do. And there was criticism after Hurricane Helene in particular in North Carolina, western North Carolina. And then also with the fire situation, the first one. We have a second one today because those winds whipped up and picked up the flames that were still burning from 2 weeks ago. I mean, it's been a really untenable situation and a very heartbreaking one for so many people in both those locations.
And Trump has certainly been outspoken about it, Harris, and he has certainly said that he thinks that California officials have mismanaged the crisis. Now, whether or not he still brings some
How long
of those
does it
same
take
concerns
to lose
the
25
leaders of
pounds
California
with
when he meets
chair
them, or whether or
workout
not
at
it's more
my age?
Consoler-in-chief is something
Calculate.
we're going to have to see tomorrow.
Well, he can do both. We've seen it. And by the way, he beat everybody from the last administration down to Appalachia and other areas that had been hit by back-to-back, Milton and Helene, those back-to-back hurricanes that hit the southeast. We've just seen the introduction start. So let's watch and listen to that. They are introducing not only President Trump, but everybody there. So let's watch. Mark Meredith again. Thank you.
One in beautiful Davos. This has been a truly historic week in the United States. 3 days ago, I took the oath of office and we began the golden age of America. The recent presidential election was won by millions of votes, and all seven, every one of them, all seven swing states. It was a massive mandate from the American people like hasn't been seen in many years. And some of the political pundits, even some of my so-called enemies, said it was the most consequential election victory in 129 years. That's quite nice. What the world has witnessed in the past 72 hours is nothing less than a revolution of common sense. Our country will soon be stronger, wealthier, and more united than ever before, and the entire planet will be more peaceful and prosperous as a result of this incredible momentum and what we're doing and going to do. My administration is acting with unprecedented speed to fix the disasters we've inherited from a totally inept group of people and to solve every single crisis facing our country.
That's awesome.
This begins with confronting the economic chaos caused by the failed policies of the last administration. Over the past 4 years, our government racked up $8 trillion in
For those that are new, make sure you hit that like and subscribe if you like Trump and Marvin dancing.
Regulations and hidden taxes like never before. The result is the worst inflation crisis in modern history and sky-high interest rates for our citizens and even throughout the world. Food prices and the price of almost every other thing known to mankind.
Let me know where you're tuning in from. We're in Toronto. We got people in Bangladesh. We got people in the U.S.
Country, but in particular with
Some
our
from
high
India.
inflation economy and at our border.
Some in Europe.
Because of these ruinous policies, total government spending this year is $1.5 trillion higher than was projected to occur when I left office just 4 years ago. Likewise, the cost of servicing the debt is more than 230% higher than was projected in 2020.
You can tell he's reading off a
The
teleprompter.
inflation rate we are inheriting remains 50% higher than the historic target. It was the highest inflation probably.
Which is
in the
understandable
history of our
because if you're the
country.
president, you're going to want
That's
to
why
make sure that
from
you
the
are
moment
reading
I took office, I've taken
proper
rapid action
stats.
to reverse each and every one of these radical left
At least he's
policies that
showing up.
created this calamity. In particular,
When was the last time you saw a Biden
On day
speaking
one,
like that,
I
even with a
signed an
teleprompter.
executive order directing
Teleprompter's
every
over
member of
there,
my
and Biden's looking
cabinet
over
to
there.
marshal all powers at their disposal to defeat inflation and reduce the cost of daily life. I imposed a federal hiring freeze, a federal regulation freeze, a foreign aid freeze, and I created the new Department of Government Efficiency. I terminated the ridiculous and incredibly wasteful Green New Deal. I call it the Green New Scam. Withdrew from the one-sided Paris Climate Accord and ended the insane and costly electric vehicle mandate. We're going to let people buy the car they want to buy. I declared a national energy emergency, and it's so important, national energy emergency to unlock the liquid gold under our feet and pave the way for rapid approvals of new energy infrastructure. The United States has the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we're going to use it. Not only will this reduce the cost of virtually all goods and services, it'll make the United States a manufacturing superpower and the world capital of artificial intelligence and crypto. My administration has also begun the largest
This should drive the
deregulation
price of
campaign
gold
in history,
down
far
a little bit.
exceeding even the record-setting efforts of my last term. In total, the Biden administration imposed $50,000 in additional regulatory costs on the average American household over the last 4 years. I have promised to eliminate 10 old regulations for every new regulation, which will soon put many thousands of dollars back in the pockets of American families. To further unleash our economy, our majorities in the House and Senate, which we also took along with the presidency, are going to pass the largest tax cut in American history, including massive tax cuts for workers and family, and big tax cuts for domestic producers and manufacturers. And we're working with the Democrats on getting an extension of the original Trump tax cuts, as you probably know, by just reading any paper. My message to every business in the world is very simple. Come make your product in America, and we will give you among the lowest taxes of any nation on earth. We're bringing them down very substantially, even from the original Trump tax cuts. But if you don't make your product in America, which is your prerogative, then very simply you will have to pay a tariff, differing amounts, but a tariff which will direct hundreds of billions of dollars and even trillions of dollars into our treasury to strengthen our economy and pay down debt. Under the Trump administration, there will be no better place on earth to create jobs, build factories, or grow a company than right here in the good old USA. Already,
Obviously,
Americans,
it's promoting the
economic-
American economy
You can see this, I think, maybe even in your
to push manufacturing back to the
wonderful,
U.S.
wonderful room
makes
that
sense.
you're all gathered together. So many of my friends, but Americans, the economic confidence is soaring like we haven't seen in many, many decades, maybe not at all. Upon my election, it was just announced that small business optimism skyrocketed by 41 points in a single month. That's the highest ever. There's never been anything like that. SoftBank has announced between a $100 and $200 billion investment in the U.S. economy because of the election result. And just 2 days ago, Oracle, SoftBank, and OpenAI announced a $500 billion investment in AI infrastructure. Other companies likewise have announced billions and billions and billions, adding up to trillions of investment in America, in the United States.
$1 billion.
And it's also reported today in the papers that Saudi Arabia will be investing at least $600 billion in America, but I'll be asking the Crown Prince, who's a fantastic guy, to round it out to around $1 trillion. I think they'll do that because we've been very good to them. And I'm also going to ask Saudi Arabia and OPEC to bring down the cost of oil. You got to bring it down, which frankly, I'm surprised they didn't do before the election. That didn't show a lot of love by them not doing it. I was a little surprised by that. If the price came down, the Russia-Ukraine war would end immediately. Right now, the price is high enough that that war will continue. You got to bring down the oil price. You got to end that war.
Look at that.
They should have done it long ago. They're very responsible.
He's talking about
actually,
bringing
to a
down the
certain
price of
extent,
oil.
for what's taking
People are
place.
selling off.
Millions of lives are being lost. With oil prices going down, I'll demand that interest rates drop immediately, and likewise, they should be dropping all over the world. Interest rates should follow us.
Bitcoin.
All over the progress that you're seeing.
Don't forget he mentioned the Department of Green, whatever, Doge.
Presidential election, one that has become quite well known throughout the world. I think a lot of things are happening to a lot of countries. They say that there's light shining all over the world since the election, and even
the Dow
countries
Jones
that
will
we
probably
aren't
shoot up
particularly
more.
friendly with are happy.
Same with S&P.
Because they understand what
gold should be
there
coming
is
down.
a future and how great the future will be under our leadership. America is back and open for business. And this week, I'm also taking swift action to stop the invasion at our southern border. They allowed people to come in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. It was ridiculous. I decided and declared to do, and very, very importantly, a national emergency on our border, immediately halted all entry of illegal border crossers, of which there were many, and began promptly returning the illegal trespassers back to the place from which they came. That action, as you've probably seen, has already started very strongly. I've deployed active duty U.S. military and National Guard troops to the border to assist in repelling the invasion. It was really an invasion. We will not allow our territory to be violated. After 4 long years, the United States is strong and sovereign and a beautiful nation once again. It's a strong, sovereign nation. In addition, I'm pleased to report that America is also a free nation once again. On day one, I signed an executive order to stop all government censorship. No longer will our government label the speech of our own citizens as misinformation or disinformation, which are the favorite words of censors and those who wish to stop the free exchange of ideas and, frankly, progress.
That's good.
We have saved free speech in America, and we've saved it strongly. With another historic executive order this week, I also ended the weaponization of law enforcement against the American people and, frankly, against politicians, and restored the fair, equal, and impartial rule of law. My administration has taken action to abolish all discriminatory diversity, equity, and inclusion nonsense. And these are policies that were absolute nonsense throughout the government and the private sector. With the recent yet somewhat unexpected great Supreme Court decision just made, America will once again become a merit-based country. You have to hear that word, merit-based country. And I've made it official, an official policy of the United States, that there are only 2 genders, male and female. And we will have no men participating in women's sports, and transgender operations, which became the rage, will occur very rarely. Finally, as we restore common sense in America, we're moving quickly to bring back strength and peace and stability abroad. I'm also going to ask all NATO nations to increase defense spending to 5% of GDP, which is what it should have been years ago. It was only at 2%, and most nations didn't pay until I came along. I insisted that they pay, and they did, because the United States was really paying the difference at that time, and it was unfair to the United States. But many, many things have been unfair for many years to the United States. Before even taking office, my team negotiated a ceasefire agreement in the Middle East, which wouldn't have happened without us, as I think most of the people in the room know. Earlier this week, the hostages began to return to their families. They are returning, and it's a beautiful sight, and they'll be coming in more and more. They started coming back on Sunday. Our efforts to secure a peace settlement between Russia and Ukraine are now hopefully underway. It's so important to get that done. That is an absolute killing field. Millions of soldiers are being killed. Nobody's seen anything like it since World War II. They're laying dead all over the flat fields. It's a flat field farmland, and there's millions of Russians and millions of Ukrainians. Nobody's seen anything like it since World War II. It's time to end it. And here in America, we have big events coming up. Next year, we have the 250th anniversary of America's founding. I'm so honored to be president during that. That's been a big event. They've been talking about it for 10 years. We also have the World Cup And I understand Gianni's in the room. Infantino, he was very instrumental in helping us get it. He's there with you someplace, I think. And I want to thank him for that. And then we have the Olympics coming up, which I was instrumental in getting also in my first term. And who would have known that by skipping a term, I would get the Olympics? I was upset. I said, you know, I got the Olympics to come and I won't be president. But it turned out through a stroke of luck, or whatever you might call it, that I'm going to be president during the World Cup and the Olympics and the 250th anniversary. So that's going to be 3 big events. And we've accomplished more in less than 4 days. We have really been working 4 days than other administrations have accomplished in 4 years. And we're just getting started. It's really an amazing thing to see, and the spirit and the light over our country has been incredible. Under the last administration, our nation has suffered greatly, but we're going to bring it back and make it greater, bigger, stronger, better than ever before. I want to thank everybody for being with you. I would have been there myself.
Notice he always
the
says
inauguration was 2 days ago. I thought it
the
might
previous
be a little bit quick
administration.
to make it the first stop. Yeah, but we'll get there one day. We hope to get there. But I do appreciate. I heard the audience is.
So he never says
fantastic,
Biden.
and many of my friends are in the audience, and
It's
I
the
will be taking
administration.
questions now from some very
Because
distinguished people. Thank you all very
Biden
much.
wasn't actually running the show. It was his administration.
Thank you.
Trump is running the
Thank you
show
very much,
with his
Mr.
administration.
President, for that very
Biden wasn't
powerful
running the show
speech.
with his
And I think
administration.
you could hear
His
the
administration
applause
was running
all
the
way
show
from Davos to
using
the White
Biden.
House. But next year it will be even better, because then you can get the applause here in Davos. So we wish you welcome to our village next year. We hope to see you.
Thank you very much.
So we also know, Mr. President, that you open up for interaction here. We have a great panel with some of the most
Now that he's done
distinguished
talking.
business people in the world. Let me start with someone that you know really well, that I think is almost a neighbor of you.
I think
in
it's gonna
Colorado,
continue down.
in Florida.
Canadian dollar, for sure.
Mr.
surprised here.
Steve Schwartzman, Chairman, CEO, and co-founder of Blackstone Group. So, Steve, floor is yours.
Well, Mr. President, I'm sure the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia will be really glad you gave this
Of course,
speech
yeah.
today.
Like I said, going up, down. Bitcoin.
You've had the busiest 4 days that anybody can imagine, and congratulations for that. My question is about some of the things I've observed here at Davos.
That
It's a
screen in the
terrific
background is so bad.
forum. I've met lots of
It's
people.
really bad.
As usual. I think I've been here 30 years. And
It makes
a
it look
lot
like
of
they have a
the
green screen,
European
but they don't.
business people
That's actually a big
have
screen.
expressed enormous frustration
Big screen behind them.
with the regulatory regime in the EU, and they attribute slower growth rates here because of numerous factors, but especially because of regulations. And you've taken a completely different approach in this area. And if you could explain the theory of what you're doing, how you're going to do it, and what you expect the outcome to be, I'd appreciate it.
Imagine what somebody's thinking that passes through the live stream.
Well, thank you
They
very
see
much, and congratulations, Steve. You're a friend of mine.
They
but
see
on
the,
a great career.
alien and
You've
Trump
had an
dancing.
amazing career, and it continues. Just want to congratulate you. Very inspirational to a lot of people. I want to talk about the EU, because you mentioned specifically that I've also had a lot of friends and leaders of countries. I've gotten to know them all my first term and a little bit during this period of 4 years, and know them well, like them a lot, but they're very frustrated because of the time everything seems to take to get approved, environmental impact statements for things that you shouldn't even have to do that, and many, many other ways that it takes. And I'm going to give you a quick little example. In the private life, my beautiful private life, before I had all these things happening, the world is a little different. I had a nice, simple life. You knew that. But when I had that simple
Nice, simple life. This guy's
I
always
did
on TV.
projects, and I had a big project in Ireland, and it had to get approval on something that would have made it even better. And I got the approval from Ireland in a period of a week, and it was a very, very, very efficient, good approval. And they informed me, though, the problem is you're going to have to get it from the EU, and we think that'll take 5 to 6 years. And they said, you have to be kidding. And this was before politics. And I said, wait a minute, it's not that important. I don't want to go 5 or 6 years, but it would have been a big investment. It would have been nice, and it would have been good for the project. And I sent the people to the EU to see if they could speed it up. And basically, it was a 5 or 6 year wait just to get a simple approval that Ireland gave me in a period of literally not much more than a week. And I realized right then, that was the first time I really was involved with the EU, but I realized right then that's a problem, and I didn't even bother applying to do it. Or if I did, I pulled it very quickly. I have to be very accurate.
Or if I did.
I don't want to be criticized. He did apply, actually. No, I want to be very accurate. So I don't think I did, but if I did, I pulled it very quickly. It was just something you couldn't wait 5 years or 6 years to get an approval. So a lot of, in a very big business sense, a lot of people are claiming that's the problem. From the standpoint of America, the EU treats us very, very unfairly, very badly. They have a large tax that we know about, and a VAT tax, and it's a very substantial one. They don't take essentially don't take our farm products, and they don't take our
you're
cars,
back,
yet
huh?
they
Got to
send
text
cars
you to come back.
to us by the millions. They put tariffs on things that we want to do. Like, for instance, I think they actually in
Gold
terms
sell
of these
now.
are non-economic or non-monetary tariffs, and those are very bad. And they make it very difficult
right
to
back.
bring products into Europe, and yet
For those
they
of you that are
expect to
new,
be selling, and they do sell their products in the United States.
make
So
sure
we
you hit
have,
that like and subscribe.
hundreds
Show
of
some
billions
love.
of dollars of
Show some
deficits
love
with the EU.
to Marvin and Donald.
Nobody's happy with it, and we're going to do something about it, but nobody's happy with it. So I think the EU has to speed
You're
up
back.
their process. Friends of mine that are in some of the nations within the EU, great people, they want to be able to compete better, and you can't compete when you can't go through the approval process fast. There's no reason why it can't go faster. So, I'm trying to be constructive because I love Europe. I love the countries of Europe, but the process is a very cumbersome one. And they do treat the United States of America very, very unfairly with the VAT taxes and all of the other taxes they impose. One other, just to finish up, I got a call from the head of a major airline, one of the biggest airlines in the world, and he said, sir, could you help us? What? Landing in Europe is brutal. They charge us fees for everything, and it's so unfair. I said, how does it compare to China? He said, it's much worse. And the other thing, as you know, they took court cases with Apple, and they supposedly won a case that most people didn't think was much of a case. They won 15 or 16 billion from Apple. They won billions from Google. I think they're after Facebook for billions and billions. These are American companies, whether you like them or not. They're American companies, and they shouldn't be doing that. And that's, as far as I'm concerned, it's a form of taxation. So we have some very big complaints with the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We'll now go to one of your friends in the EU, Patrick Pouyanné. He's the chairman CEO of Total Energies. I guess you have a question ready, Patrick, for the president.
Mr. President, as we understand, energy is at the top of your agenda, and it's an honor for me to represent the energy industry tonight. In this panel, Total Energies is indeed the fourth largest oil and gas and electricity company in the world. I will not ask you a question about the oil price. It's quite clear what you expect from us. I will go to gas more. And our company is the largest number one exporter LNG from the US company. We are a strong contributor to and we invest in a mammoth LNG projects in Texas, $20 billion. It's far from 200, but it's $20 billion. And we contribute with that to security of supply to Europe as we export this LNG to Europe. Some experts fear that if there are too many projects developed in the US on LNG, this could have an inflationary impact on the US domestic gas price. And they recommend a pause on these projects. I would ask you the following question. What are your views about such a pause on investments on LNG in the US? What would happen if you would observe an increased domestic gas price because of these exports? And final question, which is important for Europe, would you agree to guarantee security of supply of US LNG to Europe?
Well, on the last part of your question, yes, I would. I would make sure that you get it. If we make a deal, we make a deal, you'll get it. Because a lot of people do have that problem. They make a deal and then it can't get supplied because of war-type problems and other problems. So we would absolutely do that. LNG is very interesting because when I took office for the first term, one of the first things I looked at was there were two very massive plants in Louisiana, a state that has been very good to me, won it by many, many points. And I felt strongly indebted to it, actually. And they said there are two plants that have been under environmental consideration for more than 10 years. And they were costing, as you say, you know how expensive those plants are, but they were costing like 12 billion and I think 14 or 15 billion, but they couldn't get their permits. They were in review for years, many, many years, like a decade or more. And I said, so ridiculous. I know so much about that because in the construction industry, I had to go through it too, but I got good at it after a while. But I saw the projects, and you're talking about a total investment of 25 to $30 billion, and it looked like it was going to end. They couldn't get their permits, and I got them done in less than a week. It was done, completed. In fact, when they called them to announce that it was done, the countries, largely countries, Japan was involved and another country and some very big investors, they couldn't believe it. They actually couldn't believe it. And I said, just do yourself one favor. Don't pay any consultants, because the only one that got it done was me. I got it done because it was the right thing to do for the U.S. and for the world, but the consultants had nothing to do with it. You know, the consultants go in and they say, give us millions of dollars because Trump did it. Nobody called me about it. I just heard it was a problem for years. And I got it done because it was the right thing to do for the U.S. and the right thing to do for beyond. It had to do with energy, very important. So I think it's very important. I think I disagree with one. I think the more that you do, the lower the price is going to go. And what I'd like to see is rapid approvals. We're going to give very rapid approvals in the United States, like with the AI plants, talking to many people want to build them. That's going to be a very big thing. We're going to build electric generating facilities. They are going to build. I'm going to get them the approval. Under emergency declaration, I can get the approvals done myself without having to go through years of waiting. And the big problem is we need double the energy we currently have in the United States. Can you imagine? For AI to really be as big as we want to have it, because it's a very competitive, it'll be very competitive with China and others. So I'm going to give emergency declarations so that they can start building them almost immediately. And I think it was largely my idea because nobody thought this was possible. It wasn't that they were not smart, because they're the smartest. But I told them that what I want you to do is build your electric generating plant right next to your plant as a separate building connected. And they said, wow, you're kidding. And I said, no, I'm not kidding. You don't have to hook into the grid, which is old and, could be taken out. If it's taken out, they wouldn't have any way to get any electricity. So we are going to allow them to go on a very rapid basis to build their plant, build the electric generating plant. They can fuel it with anything they want, and they may have coal as a backup. Good, clean coal. If there were a problem with a pipe coming in, as an example, you're going with gas, oil or gas, and a pipe gets blown up or for some reason doesn't work, there are some companies in the U.S. that have coal sitting right by the plant so that if there's an emergency, they can go to that short-term basis and use our very clean coal. So that's something else that a lot of people didn't even know about. But nothing can destroy coal, not the weather, not a bomb, nothing. It might make it a little smaller, might make it a little different shape, but coal is very strong as a backup. It's a great backup to have that facility, and it wouldn't cost much more money. And we have more coal than anybody. We also have more oil and gas than anybody. So we're going to make it so that the plants will have their own electric generating facilities attached right to their plant. They don't have to worry about a utility. They don't have to worry about anything. And we're going to get very rapid approvals.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. We'll now go to another CEO that you know very well, Brian Moynihan, the CEO and Chair of Bank of America.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, and congratulations, and obviously an eventful week for you and your family. If you remember 5 years ago, you came here and we walked among 150 CEOs from all over the world, and you engaged with them about your policies and your procedures. This year you're not here, and yet this week was eventful from the orders that you mentioned earlier, literally a wave of orders coming out on immigration, on trade, and many other matters. And so as a representative of the United States here, we got a lot of questions about what does all this mean and how would the president square this with his clear focus on growth, prosperity, market growth, stock market growth, a good bond market, and bringing down prices. So how do you think about the impact of all these orders and how fast they come out, and how you're going to balance them with that scorecard of being successful in both continuing GDP growth, bringing down inflation, and also having a good stock price appreciation for the American citizen?
Well, I think it's going to actually bring down inflation. It's going to bring up jobs. We're going to have a lot of jobs. We're going to have a lot of companies moving in. You know, Brian, we're at 21%. It was at 40%, and I got it down to 21%, the corporate tax. And it was actually, if you look at state and city, it was in many cases much higher than 40%. I got it down to 21%. And now we're going to bring it down from 21 to 15% if, there's a big if you make your product in the U.S. So we're going to have the lowest, just about the lowest rate. It'll be, the 21 is on the low side worldwide. The 15 is about as low as it gets, and by far the lowest of a large country, a large, you know, rich, powerful country, by far, not even a contest. So we're going to bring it down to 15% if you make your product in the USA. So that's going to create a tremendous buzz. We're also probably going back to the 1 year deduction where we deduct, you know, we did that originally, and that was amazing what the impact that had, the 1 year deduction, which built up over a period of time, and then it expires. But we're going to go back to that when we do the renewal of the Trump tax plan. We have to get Democrats to approve it. But, you know, if the Democrats didn't approve it, I don't know how they can survive with about a 45% tax increase, because that's what it would be. And so I think they're going to be, we've been working along with them pretty well. I think it's very hard for a political group to say, let's charge people 45% more. So I think we're in good shape, but we're actually doing a reduction for business and small businesses where you're going to bring it down to 15%, which is really.
Oh, my bad. I didn't realize the mic was off. This whole time I've been talking to myself.
Speaking of you, and you've done a fantastic job, but I hope you start opening your bank to conservatives, because many conservatives complain that the banks are not allowing them to do business within the bank, and that included a place called Bank of America. This conservative, they don't take conservative
What I was saying before
business.
is,
And
these last 4 years, they were all after him. Now they're kissing his butt.
You and Jamie and everybody, I hope you're going to open your banks to
now they're kissing his butt like, hey, yeah, we missed you, and remember the last time that you were here, and all reminiscing. And I was sharing how,
told me to tell you hello, and
I almost said when I was president.
Sponsoring the World Cup
when I was a foreman.
Both this summer for the club and next year. So
it was always like that.
The United States.
Thank you very much, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll now go to Anna Butin.
When I was a foreman,
she's the executive chairman of Banco
people were
Santander,
always
one of the big European
friendly.
Banks, and also
hey,
in
how
the
are
US,
you?
so,
nice to see you. Everyone's your friend. Everyone's got a joke for you. Everyone wants to buy you coffee. You don't realize how many people kiss ass until you're in a position of power.
One of the largest banks in the world by number of customers, 170 million.
They want to buy
That's
you
more than my friend
coffee.
Brian,
They
my
buy
friend
you
Jamie
gifts.
have.
No, don't worry. You can have it. It's okay. I got this for you.
And those-
Or whatever. Come Christmas time or holidays, people bringing you bottles of whiskey, bottles of wine, gift cards.
We're a big investor in the United States. We have many million customers, 12,000 employees.
Everyone's kissing
We're
your
one of
butt.
the largest auto lenders.
People are calling you
And
all
we
the time. They're
recently launched
texting
a
you.
fully
Let's go
digital
for a
bank
beer.
called
Let's
Open
this, let's that.
We strongly believe banks have
I never
a
gave in to any of
pivotal
that.
role in the economy, and we
Anytime
can
people would
accelerate
offer me
growth
gifts, I
and
don't
help
accept
many
gifts.
more
Except for
customers.
holidays,
That's what we're doing in the
unfortunately I have to
United
accept
States.
them. Can't be like, no, I don't want. I
as
don't want
Brian
your
pointed out,
bottle
we
of
very much
wine that's
welcome your focus
gift wrapped and everything.
on
I can't.
deregulation
So it's like,
and
okay, thanks.
reducing bureaucracy.
Other
So my
than
question is,
Christmas
what are
time,
your
every other time it's like I
priorities,
don't accept
in
gifts.
this regard, and how fast is this going
Because
to happen?
people
Thank you
may
very much.
say that they're not going
I
to
think
use
it's
it.
going to thank you.
No,
and
they're,
congratulations.
it's
I
just
know
for me
very
to
much
use.
about your bank.
No, it's not.
And,
Don't
you've done
worry,
a
I don't want
fantastic
anything
job.
from you. They want
Congratulations.
something. People want
We are
something.
going to move.
And it
very
was always
quickly.
like that.
We've moved very quickly. We've done things in the
Then the
last
moment you're not
3
in that
days that
position
nobody
of
thought
power
were
or something that
possible
they
to do
want,
in years.
you see how fast they go away.
And it's all taken effect. It's going to have a huge impact on the economy, a huge positive impact. Money was being wasted on crazy things. I mean, the Green New Deal was such a total disgrace. How that was perpetrated, and it was conceived of by people that were average students, less than average students, I might add, and never even took a course in energy or the environment. It was just a game. Remember, the world was going to end in 12 years. Remember that? Well, the 12 years has come and gone. It was going to end. It was going to all foam into earth. But you know, the time has come. These people, and they really scared the Democrats large.
I think he means 2012. It's going to end in 2012.
Maybe could have fought harder
I think that's
to
what he
stop
means.
it, but it's been a tremendous waste of money. You know, during my 4 years, we had the cleanest air, we had the cleanest water, and yet we had the most productive economy in the history of our country. We had the most productive economy until COVID came. We had the most productive in the history of our country by far, and actually, you could look worldwide. We were beating everybody from China to everybody else. So, and we think we really now, with what we have learned and all of the other things that have taken place, we think we can even far surpass that. Actually, far surpass it. But we do. One thing we're going to be demanding is we're going to be demanding respect from other nations. Canada, we have a tremendous deficit with Canada. We're not going to have that anymore. We can't do it. I don't know if it's good for them. As you probably know, I say you can always become a state. And if you're a state, we won't have a deficit. We won't have to tariff you, et cetera, et cetera. But Canada has been very tough to deal with over the years, and it's not fair that we should have a $200 billion or $250 billion deficit. We don't need them to make our cars, and they make a lot of them. We don't need their lumber because we have our own forests.
Our dollar's going down.
We don't need their oil and gas. We have more than anybody. So you know, just as an example. With Mexico, we're dealing with Mexico, I think, very well. And we're just, we just want to be treated fairly with other nations because there's hardly a nation in the world, and I blame this on us, and I blame it on politicians that, for some reason, mostly it's stupidity, but you could also say other reasons, but mostly stupidity. They've allowed other nations to take advantage of the U.S., and we can't allow that to happen anymore. You know, we have debt. It's a very small debt when you compare it to the value of the assets that we have, but we don't want to do that. We want to just have debt be obliterated, and we'll be able to do that fairly rapidly. And a lot of good things are going to happen. And honestly, good things are going to happen for the world, and good things are going to happen for the people that are dealing with us, allies and beyond allies. One thing very important, I really would like to be able to meet with President Putin soon and get that war ended. And that's not from
allies and beyond allies.
Economy or anything else. It's from the standpoint of millions of lives are being wasted. Beautiful young people are being shot in the battlefield. You know,
will it close up here? We'll see.
Very flat land, as I said, and the bullet goes. There's no hiding, and a bullet. The only thing going to stop the bullet is a human body. And you have to see, I've seen pictures of what's taken place. It's a carnage, and we really have to stop that war. That war is horrible. And I'm not talking economy. I'm not talking economics. I'm not talking about natural resource. I'm just talking about there's so many young people being killed in this war. And that's not including the people that have been killed as the cities are being, knocked down building by building. So we really should get that stopped. Likewise, in the Middle East, I think we've made a lot of progress in the Middle East, and I think that's gonna come along pretty well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We know that the most consequential relationship in the world is between the U.S. and China. U.S. 28% of the global economy, China close to 20. That's almost half of the global GDP. And we know that you called President Xi Jinping last Friday. We heard that you had a good discussion. How do you see
It's up to you if you're going to do the aggressive.
The U.S. and China in the next 4 years under your leadership?
He called me.
Not financial advice.
But I see it very good.
Use proper risk management.
I think that we're going to
I'm entering aggressive.
have a very good relationship. All we want is
You could wait for
fairness.
modest,
We just want a level playing
split
field.
your
We don't wanna
trade,
take advantage.
partial into
Having
aggression,
massive deficits with
partial into
China.
aggressive,
Biden allowed
the
us
rest
to get out
into
ahead.
modest.
These $1.1
Don't trade at all.
trillion deficits
Some people don't trade
ridiculous.
news. It's up to you.
And it's just an unfair relationship. And we have to make it just fair. We don't have to make it phenomenal. We have to make it a fair relationship. Right now, it's not a fair relationship. The deficit is massive, as it is with other countries, a lot of Asian countries, actually. But we have deficits that are very big, and we can't.
Let's change the
keep
colors
doing
of
that.
Mr.
So
Marvin
we're not
here.
gonna keep doing
Make
that.
it more
But,
green.
I like President Xi very much. I've always liked
Green.
him. We always had a very good relationship. It was very strained with COVID coming out of Wuhan. Obviously, that strained it. I'm sure it strained it with a lot of people, but that strained our relationship.
Oh, here we
But
go.
we always had a great relationship, I would say, and we look forward to doing very well with China and getting along with China.
He's like Silver
Hopefully
Surfer now.
China can help us stop the war with, in particular, Russia, Ukraine. They have
There we go.
a
Now
great
you can
deal
see
of
him better.
power over that situation, and we'll work with them. And I mentioned that during our phone conversation with President Xi, and hopefully we could work together and get that stopped. We'd like to
Clara,
see
don't get too greedy.
denuclearization. In fact, with President Putin prior to an election result, which was frankly ridiculous, we were talking about denuclearization of our two countries, and China would have come along. China has a much smaller right now nuclear armament than us, or field than us, but they're going to be catching it at some point over the next 4 or 5 years. And I will tell you that President Putin really liked the idea of cutting way back on nuclear, and I think the rest of the world, we would have gotten them to follow, and China would have come along too. China also liked it. Tremendous amounts of money are being spent on nuclear, and the destructive capability is something that we don't even want to talk about today, because you don't want to hear it. It's too depressing. So we want to see if we can denuclearize, and I think that's very possible. And I can tell you that President Putin wanted to do it. He and I wanted to do it. We had a good conversation with China. They would have been involved, and that would have been an unbelievable thing for the planet.
Mr. President, when you're back here in Davos next year, will there be then a peace agreement with Ukraine?
Is he going to talk aliens?
Well, you're going to have to ask Russia. Ukraine is ready to make a deal. Just so you understand, this is a war that should have never started. If I were president, it would never have started. This is a war that should have never, ever been started. And it wasn't started there was never even talk about it. I knew that it was the apple of President Putin's eye, but I also knew that there was no way he was going in, and he wasn't going to go in. And then when I was out, bad things happened, bad things were said, a lot of stupidity all around, and you end up with what you have. Now you have all these bombed out cities. They look like demolition sites with many people killed. I think the thing that you'll see about Ukraine is that far more people have died than is being reported. And I've seen that. but far, far more people have died. When you look at a city that's become a demolition site where big buildings have been collapsed by missiles hitting them and everything else, and they say one person was slightly injured. No, many people were killed. Those are big buildings. I was surprised at how that was my business. These are buildings that go 2 and 3 blocks long. They're 20 stories high. They're big, powerful buildings, and they were knocked down, and there were a lot of people in those buildings that announced that 2 people were injured. That's not true. So I think you're going to find
I don't mean to be that guy, but if you're going to be talking about cities and people being killed and cities being destroyed, what about Palestine? Like, I mean, that's great. You're acknowledging the deaths and innocents and stuff over there. I don't mean to be that guy, but what about Palestine?
That I see, nobody wants to see it. You'll never be the same.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, on behalf of all the 3,000 participants here in Davos. We really underline that joining us the third day in your presidency, live taking questions here is so appreciated, and we are already ready for receiving you next year in person. So thank you very much, and all the best from Davos.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Davos.
The President of the United States joining from the White House via remote to represent all Americans at the World Economic Forum. And it is critical because, as you heard him say, there are things he wants to do for and with this economy and with the rest of the world. I think we have a little bit of what I wanted you to hear right off the top here, and that is that America should be the place where you bring your business, and he wants to make it not only palpable to do that, but a great idea to do that. Watch.
My message to every business in the world is very simple. Come make your product in America, and we will give you among the lowest taxes of any nation on earth. We're bringing them down very substantially, even from the original Trump tax cuts. But if you don't make your product in America, which is your prerogative, then very simply you will have to pay a tariff.
And you could feel it. I use the word palpable because it's visceral. Can you imagine the world coming here? Jackie DeAngelis.
Can you memorize the Marvin dance?
On Fox Business. This is so interesting to me because it deals with regulations, it deals with energy, it deals with all the things that Trump had said as a presidential candidate for the second time, that's what it would take to bring prices down here. But it's going to do more than that.
It's going to spur growth, and that is a really important part of his strategy, Harris. And it is amazing the way he takes all these tools in the toolbox and he puts them together to be able to create something much larger than that. What he was talking about in that bite specifically was the corporate tax rate. At 28%, he wants to bring it down to 21%. But if you start making your products here in America, you're going to get 15%. That is unprecedented.
Blah, 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 blah. They're talking, but all I'm thinking of is, damn,
a little bit at a different
that was a nice entry.
About being a manufacturing
sniper
That's
entry.
how you're going to do it.
All right, let's go
Almost
back
sniper.
to that corporate incentive for a second. It's bigger than that, though, because, yes, it can go to that base of 21%, which is a lot of money
right now,
for
we
these
are here
companies to save in terms of doing business with us. But if they don't do business, there's a tariff.
There's going to be a tariff. And so it's not only an incentive,
We
but
are
there's
here.
also, a
We
carrot
are
and a stick
here.
here situation as well. And so
Do
if they
not
don't do
fear.
it, they're going to suffer. I mean, it's brilliant. Why anybody else hadn't thought of it, I don't really know. But look, he's got so many problems that he has to tackle from what went wrong the last 4 years. And so he's using all these things, these chess pieces, to make it come together. For the people, for example, who are worried about if he implements tariffs, that's going to raise prices for Americans.
Also, now the media's talking about what went wrong. Now
Now
they're on his side.
Crisis ever because the Biden administration just haphazardly kept cutting checks, wasting money, spending money. If we see a little inflation because we're going to bring business back home here and because we're going to grow the American economy, as Jamie Dimon earlier said, so be it.
Yeah, that 9% that we reached that Biden would deny and say that he inherited that from Trump, although we know it was 1.4. when Trump left office, which was also rather historically remarkable. But with all of this, I do want to put a fine point on the energy component of this, though, because he was talking about liquefied gas energy, that LNG, natural gas. Why is that part of this entire conversation, and what does that do for Americans?
Because Biden put his foot down and stopped the entire energy industry. Look at LNG specifically. The question that the CEO asked for the CEO of Total was, will prices go up if we start exporting? And
it wasn't Biden.
Blank said, absolutely not.
It was people in
We've
his
got a ton of
administration
supply. If we start taking
lying
it out
to
of the
Biden.
ground and we export, we'll actually make money.
He's a total
But also,
goofball.
for national security purposes, if you start
But to
sending
some
it over
degree,
to
he is
Europe,
innocent.
they're not going to rely as much
He's a senile
on
old man.
Russia. He also made the point of bringing oil prices down to cripple Russia. So many mistakes made globally in energy that have cost us, Harris.
Look, he couldn't have said it any clearer. He wants that war to end.
Correct.
All right, Jackie,
Great to
I'm
see
so
you.
glad you were with me.
Thank
you
you.
very much. Some breaking news now. The U.S. Senate has just now voted to break the filibuster for CIA nominee John Ratcliffe. 77 to 26. That cloture vote is the final procedural hurdle. And they will now do 2 hours of debate and then hold the official vote for Ratcliffe's confirmation. He's expected to pass and will become the second official cabinet member. Remember, former Florida Senator Marco Rubio is now our Secretary of State, confirmed on the very first day of Trump's second term. Thank you so very much for watching the breaking news. Really a special occasion to see that with those world leaders and our president on day 3 of his presidency. Outnumbered next.
Okay, everybody. Thursdays on Fox, a new laugh out loud comedy. Sir, yes, sir. At your service.
I like this soldier. He just ran into a door.
No.
Welcome to
Damn, got some crazy news. And now that they're done talking, hopefully gold goes back to what it was doing. Ooh. First images of President Trump's deportation sweep. Hundreds arrested, including violent gangbangers. That's good. If you elect a new leader in your country, this is what you want. This is what you want. As the son of immigrant parents, my parents came here legally to Canada. I have family in the US. They went to the US legally. Some went, married people. Some went, did paperwork, got their visas. They followed the channels, right? Some came to visit, some went to visit, and then married someone, and then had kids. Whatever, still the legal way. You got the visa legally. You went, you got married, and you went through the loophole. Okay, fine. But they didn't cross the borders illegally. And I get it. Some people need to do so. They have no other way. And that's, I get it. It's going to happen. There's good people. There's good people that make it. But there's a lot of bad people that ruin it for the good people. And unfortunately, because of like one bad person ruins it for like 1,000 good people. So if you elect a new leader, like, you need to get rid of all the bad people. Because if you would have had things strict, like, there's a reason why these good people want to come into the country, because it's safer, it's better opportunity, etc., etc., etc. And if they just keep allowing anyone and everyone to come in, then it's no longer going to be a safe place. And it hasn't been in the US, and especially Canada. Canada is not the safe place it was before. because we've been letting in whatever riffraff that just shows up here. So if it becomes not a safe place, then the people from here don't want to be here anymore. Like a lot of us that were born here, we don't want to be here anymore because it's no longer safe. If the danger level is going up, then why even be here? We might as well go somewhere else where it's cheaper to live and a better quality of life. See, a lot of us sacrifice quality of life for security. Sure, we'll have to work a bit harder or whatever, but at least it's safe and secure. But if it's not safe and secure, then why have a worse quality of life? Might as well go to Thailand or Peru or Colombia or somewhere tropical. You're going to have the same level of safety and a much better quality of life. So this is what you want. You want your leader to step in and kick people out. This is what you want. Thank you for reminding me. Forgot to put Melvin. That is one sweet entry. I'm on a whatever it's called. Ameno. You're gonna get me copyright strike. Damn. Damn. We earned it. We earned it. Go from this to this. From this to this. Damn. Damn. Okay, what's the news? Sorry, I got distracted with Instagram. Is there any more news coming up that we should worry about? Not for a while. Okay, so let me put the alien face here and then I'll decide. And buy me some time. What the hell was that? What the hell is that? So, manage your trade. Move, just not financial advice. Do whatever you want to do, of course. Move your stop loss to entry. Secure some profits. Close partials. Close the trade. It's up to you. Schumer lashes out at Trump over president's extremist pick to balance the nation's budget. How horrible of a president to want to balance their budget. Fetterman votes against bill to protect babies born during attempted abortions. What a mess. Trump has just issued an enormously consequential executive order. Oh, cool. They tell you approximately how long it's going to take to read. So I'm not going to read any of it. Ex-CIA director speaks out after Trump revokes his security clearance. That I want to hear.
Weekdays, The Will King Show on Fox News. From the heart of America,
We are live from Dallas, Texas.
Will King gets to the heart of what matters most to America. The Will King Show, weekday.
As I have for the past number of years since I left government service, was for the benefit of the government, so that if the CIA or another government agency wanted to call me in to discuss a classified matter, they could do that. And so it was really for the government's benefit. It would facilitate those classified discussions with myself, as well as with former directors, as well as other former members of the intelligence community that had those clearances. So again, yesterday's EO was bizarre, among many of the bizarre executive orders that he had signed out. And as you point out, he misrepresented the facts in that executive order, because it said that we had suggested that the Hunter Biden laptop story was Russian disinformation. No, we said it was for the hallmarks of Russian information operations, including the dumping of accurate information, which is what we said in that letter. So again, this was just, his effort.
No. They said it was disinformation. They said that the laptop was disinformation and that Russia made it up to help Trump. They said that there was no laptop. It was totally made up, and that Russia made up the whole story. It didn't even exist. That it was a fake claim. And then it turned out there was a laptop, and the laptop did have evidence. And it did incriminate him, and Biden just pardoned him.
To try to get back at those individuals who have criticized him openly and publicly in the past, and I think very legitimately.
These guys are professional liars. Illegal migrant accused of horrific crimes shows no remorse during arrest.
Today, making good on a major campaign promise, tackling illegal immigration. Let's bring in the new border czar to the president, Tom Homan, also the former acting ICE director. So, Tom, we were expecting, based on your initial schedule, that today roundups of criminal illegal aliens and the process of deporting them would begin. That seems to have been put on hold for a little while. When can we expect that to happen? Where will it begin?
No, it started.
It has started.
ICE teams are out there as of today. We gave them the direction to prioritize public safety threats that we're looking for. So we've been working up the target list. There was some discussion about Chicago because a specific operational plan was released. So we had to look at and reevaluate, does this raise officer safety concerns? And it does. But we've addressed that, and teams are out there effective today.
So critics were saying, okay, you're going to round up people's abuela, their grandmother, and ship them back to where they emigrated from. Who are the people that you're targeting, at least in this initial phase?
Right out of the gates, public safety threats. Those who are in the country illegally that's been convicted or arrested for a serious crime. But let me be clear. It's not only public safety threats that will be arrested, because in sanctuary cities, we're not allowed to get that public safety threat in the jail, which means we got to go to the neighborhood and find him. And when we find him, he may be with others. And unlike the last administration, we're not going to tell ICE officers not to arrest an illegal alien. So if they find others, they'll be arrested. So sanctuary cities are going to get exactly what they don't want. More agents in the neighborhood and more collateral arrests.
President Trump signed a number of executive orders, as we pointed out, on illegal immigration. Here's what he signed. He declared a national border emergency, ended birthright citizenship, ended catch and release, reinstated remain in Mexico.
Like I said, that's what you want at the end of the day.
Designated cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, deployed active troops to the southern border, and end the use of the CBP One app, which many people were using to schedule interviews to claim asylum here in the United States. I want to take a couple of those, but let's first of all go with this idea of ending birthright citizenship. It's enshrined in the 14th Amendment. How, with an executive order, can the president change that?
Well, first of all, President Trump's a game changer. Every one of the executive orders we worked on, and these are game changers. This is going to give us the most secure border in my lifetime. So great for him to do that. Birthright citizenship is a major driver of illegal immigration. I know I've done this over 3 decades. One of the first things an illegal alien does when they get here is give birth to a U.S. citizen child. I think that makes him immune from our laws, right? So even if he goes to immigration court and loses his case, even though he's in the country illegally, he's convicted of a crime and gets to order removal. They think that the fact to have a U.S. citizen child would make him immune. We can't send that message to the whole world that you can enter our country illegally, which is a crime, you commit another crime, and you can even get removed by an immigration judge after expensive due process. But if you have a U.S. citizen child, you're off the hook. We can't send that message. We'll never fix the border.
Right, but the 14th Amendment does not differentiate between somebody who's in this country legally or illegally.
I'm not an attorney, but I don't think the 14th Amendment enshrines that at all. We have just as many legal scholars, constitutional scholars, say it doesn't really say that. So what President Trump is taking that action, we'll let Supreme Court decide that.
It's definitely going to go to the Supreme Court. I don't think there's any question of that. Designating the cartels in Mexico and elsewhere.
Yeah, with that topic, it is part of their constitution. It is part of their constitution at the end of the day. If somebody is born on the soil, they're automatically granted citizenship. What the hell's going on? Granted citizenship? Why did it disappear? The frig? Lights go off. What we're watching change? What the hell?
Violent and dangerous criminals from federal law enforcement.
Where do you go?
The tables.
It is part of their constitution at the end of the day. So he can't just change it. He can try.
President Trump signing a stack.
250,000 Americans, so they need to be terrorist organizations. But that criminal cartels in Mexico.
This is something that previous administrations have resisted doing because of the potential impact with the Mexican government. What tools does that give you that you don't have now to go after these cartels?
Well, first of all, I've been pushing for this for a long time because these terrorist the criminal cartels in Mexico have killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined, right? Record number of sex trafficking women and children, but the drugs, the fentanyl has killed over 250,000 Americans. So they need to be terrorist organizations. But that puts a whole weight of the United States government on them. Not only are we just going to deal with the operations of Mexico, but Jalisco cartels in 43 countries around the world. So we'll work with other world leaders to attack this cartel all over the world and bring them to the knees. It has to be done.
So we got some more.
Of course, I'm still here. Our trade is active. We're making money over here. Making money live.
The acting DHS Secretary Benjamin Huffman said this: a Border Patrol agent assigned to the U.S.
money
Border
live.
Patrol's Swanton sector was fatally shot in the line of duty. This incident is being swiftly investigated, and DHS will release additional information as soon as it becomes available. We've been focused so much on the southern border.
Making money on the live.
Here at Fox talked about the
That's what you
border,
missed.
But this is something the Biden administration basically ignored for 4 years.
One thing I was saying to you, which I guess the electricity left,
Especially in that area where the officer was killed,
is
crossings are up 600% of special interest sale.
You might want to consider investing in a generator or battery pack for your computer, because it could literally cost you money. Make sure that your computer and your internet modem is connected to it. So if the power goes out, your computer and your modem is still up. It doesn't make sense for your computers to still be going if your internet's going to go out also. I don't know how it works in your area, but if your internet would still run as long as you still have power, then consider putting some money aside for that. Because what if you are in a trade and you're looking to move your stop loss to secure profits, and then maybe you're about to do it and then the energy goes out? Then what could have been a break-even trade or walking away with a little bit of profits ends up being a full-out stop loss that could have been avoided, and you were doing it. Absolutely, I already lost money for that. So it's already costing you money to not have that. So instead of buying a motorcycle or a wife or another wig, which you don't need another wig, maybe buy a generator or a battery pack that could help with that. Something to think about. Something to think about.
We got a lot of people from India, Pakistan, Turkey.
Because also, while you were gone, our trade entered, hit 30 pips. So you missed out on 30 pips, 20 to 30 pips. I should look for a battery pack. You should.
People that can afford to go to Mexico and sneak across the northern border, which is much easier. For the agent, my heart breaks. My 3.5 decades, I buried Border Patrol agents, I buried ICE agents, and it's a sad day for all of us. And so, God bless his family, and we'll help them through that. But a terrible northern border is not going to be underlooked by the Trump administration. We realize they're understaffed. We realize that the numbers are up 600%. So we're going to address that along the southwest border.
Right, and we'll be talking with Paul Perez, the head of the National Border Patrol Council, about that as well. He was one of Halen was one of his members. So let me just come back to where we started. So roundups are happening today. Can you tell us where and how many people?
Not roundups.
Or deportations? Well, how would you characterize it?
Targeted enforcement operation. When we target,
If I take your same trade
we know exactly who we're looking
as
for.
you,
Pretty
my
good
account
idea of where
passed.
they're at. We even
I
know
know.
sometimes who lives in the household with
Okay,
them.
so give us the scope of what's happening.
Losing your
today,
electricity
and if you can
costs
tell
you
us
money
where it's
today.
happening.
It's happened all over the country. I can't tell you specific locations because of safety concerns, but ICE officers throughout the country were told today, go make arrests of those here illegally that have a public safety problem, public safety threat. So they've developed target sheets, an operational plan that they go out in the field, the whole team goes, about 5 or 6 guys go on a team for officer safety reach, cover the back door.
If my trade goes where I think it's going to go, you're going to be upset. That's all I'm going to say. If it goes where I think it's going to go, you're going to be upset. Very, very upset. Right now, I'm in the trade for free. So I walk away with some money or a lot of money. A lot. A lot. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Bloomberg. What is this? Stocks muted in early trading. This is what you need right now. This right here. That's what you need. Where'd he go? Yeah. What do you mean you just noticed Trump? He's been here. There. You see what you missed? Your power out. You're looking at me. With your power out, you missed out on Trump. You missed his whole speech.
Goods from Canada and Mexico. That's going to increase.
Well, when you look at the headlines these days, there's certainly a lot of uncertainty. Tariffs is a great example of that. But when you actually look at the stock market charts, after a very positive year for both Canada and the U.S. in the stock market, We have continued to see momentum for equities. It's more of a mixed session today, yes, but what is the momentum story going forward going to look like? Jeff Schulze is head of economic and market strategy at ClearBridge Investments and joins us now. Jeff, good to see you. Let's just talk a little bit more about your assessment of the mood in the markets.
Can I make a summary of what he said? No.
Well, the markets are
said too much.
clearly cheering the fact that inflation doesn't appear to be problematic in the U.S. after a relatively soft.
Not that I don't want to, but he said too much. You're going to have to watch the replay. He was talking about investing $500 billion into AI infrastructure, talking to Dubai, to the UAE about dropping the price of oil, working with them, ending the Russia-Ukraine war. He said nothing about Israel and Palestine. What was it? No, he didn't say anything about aliens. The only aliens he spoke about were illegal aliens. So he did say aliens. He did say aliens, which means we can end the live at some point. So he did say aliens, but they're talking about massive deportation of illegal aliens. So if you're from the planet Neptune, you better be an American citizen, because you're going to get deported. So he did say that they're doing like a massive deportation. And we were just watching this guy.
So they're out there right now looking for the most serious public safety threats.
He's in charge of that, and they're going after public safety threat people first. If they encounter somebody's grandma or uncle or mom or son or whatever that's illegal, they're gonna go too. But though they're not searching for people's mothers right now. If they come across innocent, nice people that are illegal, they're gonna get deported. Like, what can you expect? When you elect a leader, that's what you want, whether people like it or not. Trump isn't talking now. While Trump was talking, all this was green. Trump's not talking now, and it's all red. In other words, the markets have cooled down a bit. Watch. Let's see. Bitcoin. Yeah, see, it's cooled down. He stopped talking around here, took questions, and then boom. Here we are. Booyakasha. Let's see that 1 minute. That 1 minute, baby. I don't know. It's not looking good, bruv. It's not looking good. 30-minute. It's up to you guys. Manage your trade. You can close it here. Still catch some profits. Move your stop loss into some profits. Again, not financial advice. Move stop loss to entry, so you at least have a free trade. What's that? What casa? What are you talking about? What's casa? Where are you seeing that? What you talking about? You're gonna have to be more specific, Fahad. I don't know what you're seeing. So yeah, guys, move your stop loss to break even. At least make it a risk-free trade if you're still in. No shame in cashing out with some profits. I don't know. it's looking like it might pump up from here. You said something kasha. I don't know. Oi kasha. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. I'm sorry, amigo. I don't know what I could have said that was kasha. Kasha, oi kasha. Cash out. Maybe I said cash out. Maybe. I don't know. Booyakasha. Yeah, booyakasha. Booyakasha. Booyakasha is a phrase from Ali G, Sacha Baron Cohen's character, Ali G. When he would interview people pretending to be a rap star or a hip hop guy or whatever, that was his catchphrase. Booyakasha. I'll send it to you. 1 second. I can't show it here on the live because then I'll get a copyright strike, but I'll send it to you. Booyakasha. What? Why is it connected to my Bluetooth? I'm gonna send it to you. Finding it right now. All right, Fahad, you ready? You ready? Check your Telegram. No dairy got my face clean slightly. Hey. It's very old, yes. Ali G was a show from March of 2002. So to me, that was like last year. But for you, that's ancient history. That's 23 years ago. To me, that's crazy. But yeah, for you, it's like, oh my God, it's history. To me, it's yesterday. So tell me, we're about to hit break even. Tell me, since you haven't been having dairy for now about a week, how have the results been? With just 1 week of no dairy. It's been 1 week, right? 1 or 2 weeks? Base got clean, no new pimples, only spots remaining. How long has it been? 1 week or 2 weeks? It's been 1 week, right? It's only been 1 week. Correct. I'm going to help keep track. It's only been 1 week or 2 weeks? I think it's 1 week, right? 1.5 weeks. Okay, yeah, makes sense. So now you see I wasn't making it up. You see that there's something there, right? This is so far 1.5 weeks. You haven't even finished a month. But my stomach craving dairy. Yeah. That's probably the parasites. Your stomach isn't craving dairy. You're just used to dairy because it tastes good. You're addicted to dairy. After a while, you won't even miss it. I promise you. Everything you've been having has had dairy. And having dairy is easy because it's in everything. Sauces and, foods, desserts, drinks, milkshakes, whatever, cereal. The results are more addictive. Exactly. Like, the only dairy that I've been having is from my coffee. So I'll put cream in my coffee. I haven't even had cream lately. And I haven't bought cream. So I've been using milk, which is less than cream. So just milk for my coffee. And I had pizza the other day. Poutine last week, so I had cheese on that. And that's it. So, like, I'll have dairy once in a while, but I really don't need it. Look. In this August, I'm 37. Look at my skin. So, I don't use special creams, lotions, nothing. When I shave my face, I have a routine of, like, making sure my pores and stuff are clean. But I don't shave every day. Shave maybe once a week. Once a week I'll shave. Sometimes 2 times a week. Of course, when you shower, you should wash your face. But I just use the soap that I'm going to wash my body with. And as men, we don't even have special soaps and special shampoos. You have the one bottle, like 3-in-1. Shampoo, soap, and conditioner all in one. And that's and my skin is better than most women that buy like thousands of dollars in treatments. But see, that's you in 1.5 weeks. And what I need to do for the hair that I don't have to wear a wig. The hair, that's a secret. If you want a secret, I need you to dance like Marvin and Donald Trump. So, my cousin, he's 1 year older than me. And he has hair thinning out on top. And I was wondering to myself, why is he like balding a little bit? Maybe he has more stress, I don't know. But like our grandfather, he wasn't bald. He had hair till the day he died. And I think to myself, well, what have I done different than maybe him? I don't know. Maybe on his mom's side, but his mom's side is native. But I don't think, like, natives don't really go bald. So I don't know. So what have I done maybe different? When we were kids, and it's funny because I remember this. I remember him being there for this conversation. They're testing the fire alarms in my building. So our aunt, she cuts hair. She works at a salon and stuff. She used to cut our hair when we were kids. And we were in my grandma's kitchen. And she would say to us, like, she would teach us things that she would learn and whatever, like as a hairstylist. And she would say, hey, if you want your hair to grow more, when you shower, don't just put shampoo and then rinse it off. Make sure when you put shampoo, you massage your head and you scrape your scalp and give your head a nice massage when you put shampoo so that you like stimulate the hair growth. I was no more than 10 years old. I'm break even now. So I'm stopped out. I'll probably hit a re-entry. So I was for sure no more than 10 years old. So this is, let's say I was 10 years old. This year, that will be 27 years ago. Since then, since I was a kid, I would always wash my hair like that. So maybe that helped. Maybe. I still have hair. Like, I'm not balding or anything. Like, my hairline isn't really receding. It's not like my hairline used to be here and then now it's here. It's where my hairline's always been. So for the hair, could be that. It certainly can't hurt. Why do black people have great hair? It depends. It depends. I would say it depends on how they take care of it. Because they can have really, really, really nice hair. There's different grades of hair. Like there's like labels and stuff for it. And their hair, depending on the ancestry, can be hard to grow. Like it takes longer to grow. And so a lot of them, a lot of the black people I know, they take care of their hair. Like they put castor oil, coconut oil. Like they put vitamins in their hair. So the same way, hold on, let me enter here. Damn right. So the same way that I'm talking about making sure to massage your hair and all that stuff to help growth since I was a kid, in a lot of like a lot of the people that I know that are from the Caribbean or from different places of Africa, and mainly from Africa, different countries from Africa and the Caribbean, they're taught from when they're little to make sure they put vitamins in their hair. So their hair is always full of nutrients and vitamins. That's why their hair can be very, very thick. And the reason why I say it depends is because since it's in the culture to braid your hair, what happens sometimes is when they braid their hair, they're like, for you to braid hair, you have to pull the hair because you have to like make it nice and tight to make it look good. But the more you pull it, the more you're pulling it from the root. And that's why you'll see a lot of people, their hairline ends up going like this. So a lot of black people have really good hair. Really good hair. And braiding their hair looks really, really nice. But then a side effect from braiding too much or braiding too hard or too often, I don't know the full science, so nobody get mad at me, please. A side effect is you start to pull the roots and then you start to lose growth. Then you yourself are basically pushing and pulling your hairline further back. So when you see someone that has their hairline all the way here and they have their hair braided or on cornrows or whatever, they're only making things worse. They probably don't even know that that's causing it. So that's why I said it depends. But they do have really good hair. They do have really good hair, and I will always say that black skin is God's skin. It's like the best skin. So it's up to you guys if you want to take the modest sell entry price. I hope you broke even with the aggressive. I did warn you, it might pump from where it was sitting, that I wasn't liking how it was looking. I'm in the modest. Why do black people have great hair? Now you know why they have great hair. Now you know why they have great hair. Look who's here. Hey, Lulo, let's go. You have fans. She kind of shy. A little bit. She's also shaking. She's cold. You can see her shake. Watch. Look at her. Look at her face. She's actually cold. See, she's shivering. My cat also shakes like her. Let's cut her nails. I got one. So hard to cut her nails. I think she's so cold she doesn't even care right now. Usually she runs away. All right. Say bye to everybody, Lulo. See? Maybe she can't feel her nails for the cold. Ooh, maybe. Maybe you're right. We'll end the live in 10, 20 minutes. What kind of cat do you have? I don't even know cat races. Better question. What color cat do you have? That I'll understand. Ten, 11, 12. 4. Orange. I have... Okay, you know what? Just for you, I'm going to actually look it up. Arabian Mao. So your cat likes lasagna. This is your cat right here. This is your cat. See? Lasagna. You're probably too young to know this. This cat is called Garfield. It's a well-known character. And he loves lasagna. It's his favorite food. Garfield is like a comic book cat from like my grandparents' time. Okay, so you did know about Garfield. Garfield was my sister's favorite cartoon. I don't know how I knew, but the name Garfield spawned in my head. Maybe it was from your previous life. Or maybe it was from Andrew Garfield. Maybe you were thinking of Spider-Man. For those of you that got into the modest entry, make sure you manage your trade. Because if it wants to shoot up from here, it's going to totally take off. So, right now, as long as you manage things properly, you're either at break even, like you haven't made profit, or maybe you're at a slight profit. Her breath stinks. Her breath smells bad. I need to brush her teeth. I actually bought her a toothbrush and toothpaste for dogs. She won't let me brush her teeth, so I'm gonna have to take her to get her teeth brushed from the vet. Like her breath smells like. They have to brush. Yeah, they do. So when your cat or dog, when they're young, they play with toys and they use that to clean their teeth. So like she would always be cleaning her teeth with toys. But as she's gotten older, because she's going to be 15 years old this year, she stopped playing with toys last year. So her teeth, she doesn't clean her teeth anymore with toys. And now she's starting to get like tartar buildup on her teeth. So her breath stinks because she's not cleaning her teeth. So we're going to have to do it. Her teeth used to always be perfectly white. And now they're not. Her teeth used to be like this. Whiter even. When did you get her? Like how you get her? So my sister, obviously 15 years ago, knew someone that their mom had a dog, like their mom's dog was pregnant, and the dog had a bunch of puppies. My sister brought the smallest one home, and I told my sister, you know how we are. You shouldn't bring her here. Get her out of here. Because we love animals. So if you bring one home, we're gonna keep it. So I told her, get that dog out of here, because we're gonna end up keeping it. No, I brought her home for the day. She's so cute. I just wanted to bring her here. I said, you're full of you're lying. You know you're gonna keep her. No, it's just for the day. I named her Lulo. I said, oh my God, you gave her a name. Now I know you're not telling me the truth. You gave her a name. You're attached. She's not going anywhere. She never left. From that day, Lulo stayed with us. This is actually what she looked like. Hold on, I have a picture here. I'll show you. I happened to put it on my desktop last week. That's what she looked like. That's what she looked like as a baby. So I told my sister she's not going anywhere, obviously. And then she ended up staying, obviously. And then my sister moved out. She was cute. Not anymore. No, she's still cute. So my sister ended up moving out and left the dog with my mom and myself. So obviously I would like take care of her. She basically became my dog that way. And she would look after my mom. Because at some point I moved out to my condo, my apartment. And that's the story of Lulo. That's why her breath smells like crap. See, she was freezing. Have a heater on underneath my legs, like underneath my desk, Tore up my legs. I don't understand West culture, why people move out from parents, because out here we stay together no matter what. It's just how the culture is over here. It's like, to become independent and start your own life and whatever. I agree with you. Damn, that's one big nail. So I had bought a condo. I was renting it out. I had a tenant. It was paying for itself. And then, to move on and experience my own things, have my own space, I wanted to move out to my own condo. Have the experience of like, this is my property, my own place, my whatever. So I moved out to my own condo. Then COVID happened. I sold it. Then I went to my own apartment. So I've been waiting for my other condo to finish being built, and they keep pushing it. So instead of wasting money paying somebody else, I moved back to my mom's place, give her the money, and save money while I wait for my other property to be finished. Nine minutes. I try to end the lives, if not on the dot, close to where I started. So in 10 minutes. 9 minutes. 8 minutes. Our modest entry so far is doing okay. I would have ended the live long time ago, but then we hit our entry. So I just stuck around. Why she woofed? She yawned. Like, aw. I don't know if you can hear it, but we have the fire alarms being tested here, so that's what has her attention. Would you watch a tree grow or a... I don't understand those accents. I don't understand those accents. You'll have to be more specific. The hell is this? No racism. No racist jokes. That's why beeping sound, I thought it was coming from somewhere in my house. There probably is. You're probably under arrest. Fahad, freeze! Get down on the floor. Just like, what the fuck? Tell the people what it's like to be an international shotgun. See? You've been assaulted by the Lulo Arsenal. One sec, she wants to go out. We're ending the live soon, don't worry, I promise. I want to move on with my day too. Hold on. All right, looks like she's too scared to go out. You did that with your cat and she vomited? I think Lulu's scared of the fire alarm. She's just staring at the door. Couldn't get her to go out. Here's the timer. 2, 7. This is the timer. This is the end of live timer. The way it's looking, we might end the live. Nice. Nice. Can we get a nice 40 pips before we go? A nice 40 pips. Or 100. She's just standing there. Nice and attractive. You put it in the chat. Oh, I didn't even realize I still have Garfield open. I'm sorry. The crypto bubbles. Fahad, what do you think? 40? You think I'll hit the 40 pips within the next 4 minutes? Hell yeah, 40 pips. Are you gonna enter? I mean, it's still within entry. Are you gonna enter? Or are you going to be a good boy and wait? Which is also the right move too, because you're already up for the day. You're close to your target for the week. Tomorrow is Friday. So that's also the good thing to do. Done for the day. That's a good man. That's a good man. Go have some milk. Yeah, I can respect that. It's sleep time. If I enter, I can't manage. I can respect that. I'm the same way. Even though, yes, of course, the idea is to be detached, emotionally detached, and like be able to set it and not think about it. Let's be real, man. Especially if you're gonna be entering at this time of night. Number one, that's all you're gonna think about. Number one. Until the trade closes. And if it closes in the negative, you're not even gonna sleep. And if it closes in the positive, that's like, out of the 3 scenarios, it stays open and you can't sleep until it's closed. Win or lose. Closes negative. Now you're going to lose sleep and be upset at yourself and go to sleep later and upset. Or you win. Which is good too. So there's more negative than positive outcomes. So you not entering, that's the right thing to do. And you not entering, as tempting as it is, because you're going to watch me get rich live on YouTube. It's just as important for you to not enter a trade right now as it is for you to be successful. In the meantime, while you're trying to fall asleep, just practice the Marvin dance. One minute and 37 seconds. That'll be a nice way to end the live. Because it doesn't matter how much mature we become in trading, but an open position can always haunt you. Absolutely. Yep. That's exactly right. Exactly right, my friend. $50 seconds. So for sure, Lula was freezing cold. Because she never does this. She's sitting down at my feet right in front of the heater. She never does that. Even the times I try to put her in front of the heater, she never does that. So for her to decide, I'm just going to chill by the heater, means that she was freezing. How the outside animals survive. I think they're on drugs, to be honest with you, because some of these animals, I don't know. Because even the homes that they build, like the nests and stuff. I was looking at it the other day when it was minus 26. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm out here with a jacket, sweater, 3 shirts, 2 pants, thick socks, boots, hat, scarf, gloves, and I'm cold. How is a nest that you made out of leaves and vomit better than what I'm wearing? So I don't know how they survive. They're soldiers. But Fahad and everybody else is too quiet and too shy to say anything. I think that's enough for one day. For those of you that entered the modest, you're in profits. So you decide, take what you can now. Still good. Still a winning day. Cool. Move stop loss to entry. Close partials. Whatever you do, please don't have a losing day. As of right now, none of you, as long as you followed proper risk management, should be in the negatives at all. So I don't want to see any losses. Don't get too greedy. It's 1:16 p.m. Eastern. The bankers and the goofballs have, started to go home and wind down. News isn't happening till 5 o'clock p.m. So don't expect too much volatility anyway. So take what you can get. Tomorrow's another day. End of the week. Blah, 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 blah. So other than that, make sure you follow my new Instagram, executive.zone1. DM me the word YouTube on Instagram, so I know you came from here. We have a free Telegram community. Info is down below. Just join for free. We have a free group chat. But I don't let just anybody in there. You have to DM me and I'll interview you, even though it's free. I don't want anyone just in there. Fahad knows. He's in there. It's very, very, very exclusive. Free, but exclusive. We'll see if I go live tomorrow for this group. I'll try. I do have some other arrangements I may have to attend to. You're welcome, Fahad, for the live. Congratulations, Fahad, on the discipline today and for being profitable. Just proud of you. Just keep going. Okay, you got this, man. I believe in you. Make sure you hit the like, subscribe if you haven't already. Keep smiling. Don't let anybody piss you off. Tomorrow's another day. I'll see you all in the chats. See you all on Instagram. See you all on the next session.